Hello, hello, hello. Ola from the west side. It's DC the Purple Diva. And welcome to the late afternoon chat. Hey, Sarah. How are you? Happy Sunday, if it's still Sunday where you are. Yep, I'm just jumping on here. Want to first, before I do anything else, make sure as y'all are coming into the chat, please smash that like button. But want to give an update on the wildfires here in Southern California. And as of today, they are 55% contained in the tick fires, and they're starting to let people go back to their homes. But also as of today, Edison has started doing random blackouts for people who are not in areas that are in the wildfire zone. And I can attest to that because today, where I live, which is nowhere near the wildfires. Hey, Ready, Set. That's fine. Thank you, guys. Hey, Amanda. Thanks for coming through. Yeah, I was just giving an update about the SoCal fires, and they started to do these random blackouts, and they did a blackout in my area today for about it's about 45 minutes to an hour, just out of the blue. Everything stopped working, and I don't live anywhere near the tick fire, which is in Santa Clarita. And on the news, they were talking about that Edison's going to be doing these blackouts. Hi, Joy. Yeah, I'm safe. My sister lives closer to the Santa Clarita fires, Amanda, but they didn't do any rolling blackouts where she is, but she's not under Edison. She lives technically in the city of Los Angeles. And apparently Department of Water and Power is not doing this, but it's Edison doing this like PG&E was doing up north. So that happens. And then there was a tragic fire overnight here where a special needs young man and his father were killed in a tragic fire that they're not sure of what started the fire, if it was electrical or something, and it burned their condominium, and the mom was at work, and when she got home, came home to losing her husband and her son. So that also happened as a result of a fire. And then just getting ready for the week and just seeing how everybody's weekend has been. I actually got to go to a private pajama party last night. It was really, really fun because my son was at his father's house. Yeah, Joyce, I know they don't have a lot of details about that fire that happened with the young man and his father. They just said that it's an unknown source at this point as to what happened. But my heart goes out to the mother and to the people and to their neighbors, friends in the area. And that happens in the city of Azusa, which is in the San Gabriel Valley of Southern California. But right now we aren't having those Santa Ana winds. It's actually rather cool today, considering it was like in the 90s for the past few days with the Santa Ana winds. but today it's cooler, which is thankful. And so the families in the area of the fire are able to go back to their homes, but a lot of them don't have any electricity yet. So I don't know how they're going to be able to stay in their homes until the power is put back on. But most of them are literally have everything ready to go at a second's notice because the fire's not out. It's just, you know, they've gotten some containment on it, but you can't, you know, it's hard to contain an act of nature. So just having prayers for those people. And the thing is, I tell people about the fire season in California. The weird thing about it is that our fire season is in October, but by the time we are out of the fire season, as far as FEMA is concerned, it usually takes us into the next fire season, which is the summer months of the following year. Because literally this year, because of the fires last year, we were in a certain parts of California were in a FEMA emergency zone where people couldn't get loans or anything. You know, they couldn't get loans without people going out to do inspections to verify their property was still there because they were in areas that were covered by the wildfires. And when they do that, when they do the wildfires zones, they cover areas, not just the area that the fires actually happened in. It actually covers a larger area. So even though people may not have been immediately impacted by wildfires, they may later be impacted by it if they're like trying to refinance a house in those areas. Thank you, Manda. Thank you for jumping on. Appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. I hope I get to catch you guys on the live sometime this week. But what I was saying is they make large areas with the fire zones. And I'm just wondering, why is Edison cutting off electricity in areas that are not actually impacted by the fires? I'm like, where I am is actually a good ways away from the nearest fires. There's no fires that are within 30 miles of where I am. Yet, the city that I'm in, they cut off power for like about 4 city blocks of where I live today. And I don't know where else it may have happened in my particular city, but I just found that very interesting that they're starting to do that crap. But the party I went to last night was it was a lot of fun. They were playing music from the 80s and from the 70s. So they played a lot of music from then. It was mainly R&B music, but it was the good R&B music. And then and everybody was dressed in pajamas, and they had really good food. I did a little tiny bit of vlogging and took some pictures. So I don't know, I might put that out. But I did another vlog that will probably be going out either tonight or tomorrow. That's going to be talking about people on the autism spectrum that fall off the cliff for services when they age out of school. So I'm going to probably do that, and I'm doing it in a story time because I had that happen with my own son for a short period of time. So I'm going to probably put that one up in the next day or so. But other than that, it was a pretty nice weekend. Got to do some chores, in while my son was gone. But I also found that his dad and he had a bit of issues where he was kind of having a series of adult meltdowns with his dad while he was with him this weekend. And this is like the second time that he's gotten them. And the interesting thing is that up until this year, he never actually experienced seeing his son have an adult meltdown. So he thought that the rest of us were exaggerating what would happen until it happened to him. And since I don't advocate for meds for our son, we're going to see if he can get some adult adaptive behavior to help him with this. But Miss Joy, how are you doing today? How has your weekend been? I know it looks like we have somebody who's up in the clouds that doesn't want to come in. Not sure who that person is. But I hope they go ahead and smash that like button. Hope they go ahead and in the city. Yeah, it's beautiful in the country. It's beautiful in the country, but I'm a city girl. I grew up on the East Coast. I didn't grow up in an area that had all these fires and stuff that they have here in California. I don't think I'll ever get used to that, but I grew up in Washington, D.C., and although that's a small city, it's still a city. And I don't know. I mean, the suburbs are nice, though, and the country is even better. But like here in California, the parts of the state that are more rural, I don't think they're parts that I would really want to live in, not here at least. Oh, you got one of the grandbabies tonight? One day, far, far away, I'll be a grandmother. One day, far, 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 far away, is what I say. My son will be 24 in 2 days. My dad is in North Carolina, and I'm going to be going to visit him in North Carolina for the Christmas holidays. He's in the Greensboro area, but he's outside of Greensboro. He's not in the city. He's out in an area that's more rural because they've got like horse ranches and stuff where he is. But yeah, he's close to Greensboro in North Carolina. And I know I have some cousins in South Carolina. I'm just not sure what part of South Carolina they're in, but I have some family that is in South Carolina as well. I got family all up and down the East Coast. But the majority of my family came through New Orleans and Louisiana. Even on my dad's side, came into the country from Cuba through New Orleans. Yeah, we're gonna go visit him for Christmas holidays, and my first cousin is gonna be there, and my niece, who I've never met, my brother's daughter, I've never met her, is going to be coming up with her mom. She's like 11 or 12. But my sister and I have never met her because she's never been to California since she's been here. So, but we're gonna finally meet her. My dad knows her though, which is most important. But she never got a chance to meet my mom, her grandmother. But my dad turned 80 this year, and so my sister and I really want to spend this holiday with him this year, because we haven't been able to spend the holiday with him in a few years. You know, she was there for his 25th wedding anniversary, and I was there for his 75th birthday. You know, and we've seen him since then, but we haven't been to visit him because he's come out to California, where we are, and we've seen him. But my dad, who, as I said, is 80 years old, is still working as a doctor. So, you know, he works, I think he works in either North Carolina or West Virginia. I forgot. He works somewhere, because West Virginia is really, really close to North Carolina. So, and then I know he goes up to my hometown of DC. Really? That's what we lost my mom to. We lost my mom to cancer. And she was 75, and we lost her in 2011. But my dad, bless the Lord, is still here and healthy, you know, and still working full time as a doctor, you know. Doesn't have any type of health issue, so it's just a blessing. But yeah, my dad lost his older brother to cancer, and my grandmother on his side to cancer. So we've had a few people in our family. Hey, Marriage and Marijuana, how you guys doing? How are you guys doing? Thank you for coming through. Thank you guys for coming through. We're not doing anything, guys. We just here talking. I talked about, you know, these fires out here in California, where I am. And then I talked about a party I went to last night. There was a private pajama party that was really, really fun. But right now, just talking about I'm going to go visit my dad in the Carolinas for the holidays. Hey, Drew. How are you? How's everybody doing? Don't forget to smash that like button, guys. Y'all can hear my son in the background. He is home. That is why I'm off camera. That's why I'm off camera. Because he is here. And I don't know what he's going to. Yeah, I'm not talking to myself, son. I'm talking to somebody on the computer. He knows I'm talking to people on the computer, but it looks like I'm talking to myself. But that's okay. But how's everybody doing? Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. I know most of us have to go to work tomorrow, but you know what? That's okay. I'm just out here. Want to spend some time with my YouTube family and chop it up. Oh, you guys are in the Carolinas too. Yep, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be in the Carolinas for Christmas. I'm gonna be in North Carolina. I'm gonna be near Greensboro. And I know where Spartansburg is. So both of y'all on here? Are both of y'all on here? Or is it just one of y'all? Because I know y'all are a team. I have a question for you guys.
Okay.
I have a question for you guys, Mr. and Kate. What what are the laws in your state in regards to marijuana? I mean, I know what they are where I am in California, but I'm always curious as to what they are in other states. All right. Yeah. I mean, to me, Greensboro is country, but I live in the Los Angeles area and I grew up in DC. So that's why the Greensboro, even though it is a city, it's still country to me. You know what I mean, y'all? Y'all know what I mean? But ironically, so y'all still can't possess it there. And that's funny because like my hometown, DC, I guess it's legal in DC and people can possess it, but no, there's no place that can legally sell it, which is just wild to me. I don't even understand how that concept works. Yeah, so you guys still have the medicinal in the Carolinas. That's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah, Canada is the entire country. But there's a country in Uruguay, I think is it Uruguay? Yeah, in South America that has their own, I guess, government version. And I hear that it tastes like somebody peed on it. So they still have a black market in that country. I don't know how it's going in Canada. I have a couple of friends in Canada here on YouTube, but none of them have really talked about it. Yeah, no, it's a I think in South America it's in Uruguay. It's one of those countries down there in South America that has, but it's the states authorize, their marijuana, and the understanding is it's a very, very low grade of it. No, in DC, people can possess it, and they can have it in the privacy of their own home, recreationally. But there's no place in the city of DC that legally sells it. So the whole legalization of it in DC is really kind of crazy to me. That's what I was talking about. And I'm not really, Canada's just getting their act together, so we'll see what's going on with them. Yeah. I know like a lot of the states have the medicinal thing and everything, but this president's is going to keep it Schedule 1 for some reason, but it's all about money, guys. You know that. That's the whole reason that it's illegal anyway. But I'm gonna tell you guys, here's something that's very interesting that I find here in California, where I live. Okay, so CBD is legal across the entire country, but like where I live, they can't sell it in shops that have tobacco or anything, like smoke shops where you can get your tobacco and all of that kind of stuff. But if you go to 7-Eleven has CBD. I wonder about that. I mean, that's just weird to me, because if you're trying to separate it from tobacco and all the other products, then why is it available at 7-Eleven? And then people can't sell it in smoke shops. And that's just in the city that I'm in. That's not like all over California. Yeah, I'm telling you. I saw it on one of the documentaries talking about marijuana around the world. And yeah, there's a country in South America. I'm almost sure it's Uruguay. That it's legal. And it was legal there first. Yeah, it's all about the money, because we all know that there are actual medicinal uses for marijuana, and it shouldn't be a Schedule I drug over when heroin is not. You know, I don't get that. You know, but now they have another drug epidemic on there. I'll still be on for a while, Miss Joyce. I'll still be on for a while. Yeah, now they have all the prescription drugs, opioids, and everything. Pill poppers. You know, that now they're not worried about marijuana, but they still won't take it off of Schedule I, because once again, it is more lucrative for them to leave it there, because the legal drugs, the pharmaceutical companies want it to stay there. You know what I mean? So, but you know, it's not even about me being a smoker. It's just because I'm not. I just think it's just stupid that that's something that could be helpful, because there are uses for the CBD for people with autism, and we've tried that with my son. Yeah, we've tried that. I mean, with him, and it has helped him some, but it's like you have to figure out how much, and then you have to deal with a holistic doctor to figure that stuff out. And because of the current laws, they know that there's all of these other things that could be used for it. I mean, we all know that the original crop in this country was hemp, because they used it for everything. And that's how when the country was first founded. And then they later switched over to cotton. But founding fathers were not cotton farmers. They farmed hemp. But it doesn't say that kind of stuff in the history books. And then again, we know that the history books have been rewritten. So how has the weather been in South Carolina? Because up until today, it was hot here because of the Santa Anas. Now it's like normal October weather here, and a little chilly in the evening. But it wasn't like that yesterday. Last night it was humid, or there was heat in the air, probably from the fires. Yeah, my son is in the background making his noises. He likes the music I have playing. I like the music I have playing. I do. Yeah. And when I went out last night I met someone that can potentially help me with the spoken word album that I'm working on, because I'm trying to get music together. I've already got the pieces that I want to do to music, but now I just needed to get some music. And I think I met someone that I knew from like way back in the day. So I think that's going to be good. And it's funny because we found out that like I know a bunch of people that know them now versus back when we were like youngsters. So that will be helpful in getting that out. And now I can go back to concentrating on the book that I'm writing on raising my son with autism. It's about to loop around again for you guys. My music is on the loop. Loop, 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 loop. But I know a lot of people are doing their lives, trying to get those hours in. That's okay. I appreciate those who are coming through, and I appreciate those who popping in and out and are smashing that like button. Because it's a Sunday night. And tomorrow is the beginning of the work week. And I just want to set it off with a nice positive vibe, with some nice positive music, with some nice, just good old conversation. Hey. Hey, Toya. Hey, Terry. Yeah, I'm in here. Chilling on a Sunday night. I had fun last night, guys, at the party. It was nice. It was actually nice. They didn't do any karaoke, but it was a private party, and they had like a raffle, and I won something in the raffle. And everybody had on different types of pajamas. Most of the ladies wore those, the pajama tops with the shorts bottoms. So I was different. I came in different than everybody else. So, because I had on like one of those, I guess, slip gowns, and then I had on thigh-high boots, and then I had on a long thing over it. So, but it was cool. I had fun. I did do a little vlog, and I gotta look at it and see if it's enough to throw something up on YouTube. But I did another vlog this morning, actually, that will be getting released in another day or so, and that one's about falling off of the service cliff for people on the autism spectrum. So I'm not sure. I think it's going to probably be like 15 to 20 minutes, because I was walking. I went for a walk and did that video. So yeah, but I had fun last night. The food was good. They had chicken, they had fish, they had salads, They had alcoholic and non-alcoholic libations. David Toya said hi. Say hi.
I'll tell you.
He said hi, Toya. He said hi. Yep. He just got back this evening, Miss Toya, and he didn't have he had some times with his dad. They had to have a few conversations, I guess. We've got all I know is we got to find he's got to get involved in something so that he can release some of the testosterone buildup that he has as a young man, so that he can get aggression out in a healthy manner. And so it's looking like we're going to have to get him into some adult adaptive behavior therapy. Yeah, I know. He has a baritone voice. He sounds like a grown man. Oh, Dave, guess what? There is a burrito inside the door that you can have. You can have it because it has guacamole on it, and Mama can't have it because Mama is allergic to it. So they made it wrong, so you get to eat it. So you can heat that up if you want to eat that. Yeah, girl. Sometimes I hear my son in the house, and it's just me and him in the house, and it'll startle me, and I'll be thinking that there's a man in my house, and there is a man in my house, but you'll forget that he has this man's voice too, to go along with being a man. He likes basketball, and like out here at one of the Special Olympic facilities that they have out here, they do have a basketball program. So I'm thinking about getting him involved in that. He just has to do a clear physical to do that. And I'm thinking about getting him into some weightlifting, also because I know that would help. Just trying to get him involved in some things, because he's a man, and I'm trying to get him involved in social things and stuff, but he's not at the point where he's comfortable with himself to approach a female. So I'm not even worrying about that, but he's got to have some type of outlet to allow that part of him out. You know what I mean? So he's got to find some healthy activities for him to do. If he had been here, he'd have gone to the party with me. Because I don't generally do anything that he can't go to. But it was nice to be able to go out by myself without him, and him to have some time to hang out with his dad. Because as a young adult, he needs to have that time with his dad. And I recognize that, so. Yeah, hey, Terry, I think Amanda was here, but I think she jumped off. She said she'll try to come back, but they were doing some stuff, so I think she jumped off. But yeah, they were here earlier. Wait a minute, guys. I'm gonna put you guys on mute for just a second. 1 second, I'll be right back, guys. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I had to talk to my son's dad, so I had to walk away for a second. So now I'm back, and he's still talking to his dad in the background. That's what you guys hear. But yeah, he had to spend some time. It's windy down here, Terry, too. It was really, really warm yesterday, but there's no Santa Anas right now. It's cold. It's cold now, so he's just gone on to do. I'm just trying to figure out how it's gonna be tomorrow.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I love the rain. I do. I love the rain. It'll be raining here soon. It will be raining here in California soon. But it's not raining here yet. Yeah, Latoya, I mean, I can't teach him to be a man. I can only, do certain things with him, but there's certain things that, his daddy got to do. I just have to leave it to his dad. And if I feel he's not doing something that I think he should be doing with our son, I can say something, but ultimately that's his dad. And it's his responsibility. Even if, he didn't have that same role model himself, even though he didn't have that same role model himself, because, like his dad wasn't raised with his dad, but he got to figure. I tell him, I said, well, you gotta tell him certain things, because even though our son has autism, he's still a African American man in the age range, and he likes to wear hoodies and sunglasses. I mean, the same thing that any other kid, the other kids in his same age range, they like to do this. I don't know why they like to shut their faces off, and even more so when you have someone like my son on the spectrum. He does it to blend in. Yeah, I can teach him to be a gentleman and to how to treat a woman, but honestly, I can't teach him how to be a man. I can't. I know that. And I'm thankful, that his dad is around, and that there are other men around him, yeah. But I mean, and all these women out here who think that their sons don't need their fathers around them, or don't need a male around them, are sadly mistaken, because that is what the problem is now. That's why we got all these red pill brothers. That's why we got all these red pill brothers. Because of that craziness. Yeah, my son wears hoodies. He loves to wear his hoodies. He loves to have a hoodie on his. He likes to have on some shades. He likes to have his, to be covered up so that you can't really see his face. I'm just glad he's not one of the ones, like there's some people, some on the autism spectrum that go through a stage of wearing a mask. I'm glad he never did that. I'm glad that was not part of his, because it would be worse. But he's typical for a young black man his age. They all like to wear hoodies. Still, even after Trayvon. So, and people have a perception, and that's the reason why, like, people like me, when we always have to go introduce ourselves to the police at some point and make sure that the police in your area know about your kid and know that you have a son with special needs, so that they don't, so if they happen to see him and he's not with you, which is not going to happen with mine, but just in case, my son also has something in his wallet that says he has autism. All of that. So, yeah, he's over here calling people random on his phone. If you're going to call people on your phone, then go upstairs and have your conversations, because this is not where you're going to have them, okay?
Okay.
All right. I thought you were going to go put that in there and cook it. You see what I have to deal with, guys? Yes, Toya. There are kids on the spectrum that like to go around with masks on and costumes. Not just at Halloween. That's not my kid. That's not your kid. But there are kids that happens with. So, that's like the reason why but I'm glad my son doesn't do the masks. We don't even do Halloween, so. And they're like, I got at his job, they're having they're gonna have some type of event on Halloween, and they were talking about wearing costumes. So I told the lady last week that he's not wearing a costume. So I'm gonna tell him again on tomorrow he's not wearing a costume, because we don't practice, we don't celebrate Halloween, and then and his birthday's on Tuesday. On Tuesday, he'll be 24. On Tuesday, he will be 24 years old. 24. Yeah, there's some kids that wear masks all the time on the spectrum. Just like you'll have kids. This boy's over. My son has is in the chat with you guys. He's not talking in the chat, but he just opened up my live stream on his phone. That's funny. Yes, please. That is funny. What are you doing? I don't know what he's doing over there. But yeah, it's a behavior, because they're really trying to cover themselves up. They're trying to be invisible, not realizing that makes them more visible. But my son never liked anything that covered up his face completely. He would freak out. Like, even when he was younger, he would freak out putting shirts over his head when he was younger. So that was never an issue. He wants to be in control, but he likes to cover his eyes. He likes to cover up like the top half of his face. So, hence the shades at all times of the day and night. But yeah, he's going to be 24 on Tuesday. I don't know what we're going to do, since his birthday's in the middle of the week. But I know we're going to have a bigger celebration for him in a couple of weeks, when all of his godparents can be there. And so we're probably going to do something at his dad's house. Well, they lie about a lot of things, and I mean, because they don't know. Here's the thing, Toya, they don't know. Like, they don't know why some kids on the spectrum are healthy in every other aspect, and whereas other kids on the spectrum have other medical complications to go along with it, like seizures and stuff. Like because I know a lot of parents talk about their kids had seizures at one point. My son has never had a seizure. If he did, we didn't recognize this as a seizure. You know? And that is such a blessing, though. That is such a blessing. It just, you know, because your son beat the odds of what they thought. He beat the odds of what they thought. That is a blessing. Exactly. But in my heart of hearts, I believe that God has given all of our kids the tools that they need to get through this life. But we have to discover what those tools are and help them. That's what I'm saying, Terry. Like with my son, he's never had seizures. That never happened with him. But people tell me about that there are a lot of people that are on the autism spectrum that have had seizures at one point or another. But that never happened with my son. You know? But what did happen with my son is that when he was a baby, he used to have what are called night terrors. And night terrors are when they are someone is asleep and their eyes are wide open and they're literally screaming because of whatever is happening in their dreams. And he went through those, and that happened after he got the first shots when he was under a year. That's why in my situation, I attribute the vaccinations to being part of the issue with my son. You know, but those aren't considered seizures. They're considered night terrors because they're not convulsing or anything. It's just that they're literally not awake and they're having a dream, but their eyes are open. And I mean, his eyes would be, they weren't rolled back. Like, you know, person's eyes are normally when they're sleeping, they were like looking at you, but he didn't see us. And he was crying. And you could see the tears streaming out of his eyes. It was just, yeah. That happened like a couple of times to him when he was a baby. So that might have been his reaction. You know? And what happened to my son with the night terrors, that's something that other kids on the spectrum have had too. So maybe that's what happens with some kids. But I know that did happen after he had had his first shot. I forgot about that. I just remembered that's when they started. And it went on for like a couple of months. They would just happen. It was like scary. And this was before, you know, this is before we even got to the point where he wasn't even, I mean, he was barely talking because he was only like 9 months. But yeah. But I still want the day when my son has a full conversation with you. You know, has a full conversation. Because he's capable of it, but he doesn't do it. You know? So I'm happy you have a chatterbox, Toya, because that means he'll tell you everything that's going on. You'll never have to worry. You know, if somebody does something, you're gonna know. But yeah, seizures, and I don't know if that's something that has something to do with how the brains are processing information. I don't know. You know, but something's causing the seizures. And some kids, and then other kids don't have them. And that's really how they started having the CBD conversation correlating with autism and epileptic seizures. Because I know that the CBD helps with seizures. And then it also helps people to be calmer that are on the spectrum. You know, there's a couple of programs I have to think about it, Toya, but there's a few programs out there that will help you with that. And then also look into, it's called the Gemini program, and it's Gemini with 2 eyes at the end. But that helps with socialization and conversation. It doesn't help everyone on the spectrum, but it helps a lot of people on the spectrum. And it works from little kids all the way up to adults. You should be able to find it online. And it's an online program that you could use. And I know there's a cost involved, but I do know that you could apply for scholarships to help with the cost, or get a scholarship so that he can do it for a few months. You know what I mean? So look into that. Look into the Gemini program, and it's Gemini with 2 eyes at the end. That's a program that I do know about. That might help you out. I'm gonna type it in the chat too. Let me type it in the chat. I'm gonna type it in the chat. That's how it's spelled. Right, that Gemini. With 2 eyes. And they have, if you look for them, you might be able to find, you should be able to find it on Facebook too, because they have a Facebook page. Hey, Natural Curls. I still haven't had a chance to look at that video yet. I pulled it and put it in my watch later though, but I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. How are you doing? Yeah. How's your Sunday night going, Natural Curl? Yeah, Toya, but if you look at that program, and I think they have like a some information about it on their Facebook page, because it's supposed to help with conversation. Good. Yeah, my Sunday night is going cool too. I had fun at the party last night. I'm not sure if I did enough vlogging or pictures for it to be worth a video. It probably will end up being like maybe a 5-minute video at the most, because it was so dark in there. It was hard to really do any vlogging. But I had a lot of fun. Yeah, there's some other programs. I'm gonna look. I'll look through the stuff that I have and tell you about other ones on the next live that I know about. Because I went through all kinds of stuff looking for things for my son. So but if your son does a lot of echolea and says a lot of things back, anything that he can say in echolea means that's part of his vocabulary. Just relaxing. Yeah, it's my relaxing Sunday night. I mean, I've been washing clothes, washing and drying clothes all day long today. I still have 2 loads left to do after I get off the live. I got 2 loads to do after I get off the live. 2 loads. Yep, I sure do. Yeah, my son is over here talking to me. And I know that Leffer was on earlier today. I wasn't able to hop in, but I saw that he was on earlier today because it's his birthday. I think I put a happy birthday to him on Facebook though. But I know he was on earlier today. And then it's another one of my friends on YouTube's birthday. My friend Dave Durango, the guitarist, it's his birthday too. Both of them. Both of them are Scorpios, like my son. Yeah, I didn't do no washing yesterday. I should have. Well, I take that back. I did. I washed 1 load yesterday. I did 1 load yesterday, but I have to do the rest of them today. So I did my 2nd load of my stuff, and then I have a load of clothes of my son's to do. And then I'll be done. 1 second, you guys. Hey, Eva. 1 second, you guys. I have to be a mom for 2 seconds. I'm gonna mute everyone for 1 moment. Hold on. Oh, why isn't this working? It's not muting you guys. All right, there you go. I'm back. I'm back. Yeah. He thought he was going to help me, but I don't need any help. Yeah, I did the cleaning, but I didn't finish the washing. Like I cleaned the kitchen, all the dishes got thrown in the dishwasher, put away, did the bedrooms, but I didn't finish washing clothes. Because I went out last night. If I'd have stayed in, everything would have been done last night. But I went out because I never go out. So I have to finish it up tonight. But it'll get done tonight. So it's no worries. You know, because I'm in California and it's still relatively early here. It's only 7 something. It's just amazing that because I'm talking, he wants to talk now. Now is when he wants to talk. So, because he was quiet until I decided to get on live. Tell you guys, had nothing to say. Wasn't talking to me, but because he knows I'm on live now he's got plenty to say. Oh yeah, I had to be a grown up sometime, you know. I don't get to do that much. I don't get to do that much. When you are a caregiver, you don't have much of a social life. You don't go out a lot, But when I can, I do. So I went out and I had some fun. That's what I'm like, I had a good time last night, had some good food, and then today, the only things that I had to do today was finish washing the clothes, and I cleaned out the refrigerator. And then tomorrow, at my lunchtime, I'm going grocery shopping and getting some groceries for the house. But with my son, I can't shop for a week at a time. I have to shop for a couple of days at a time, and then I'll go to the store and get food for a couple more days. And the reason we do that is we have to keep fresh food in here, is because if you buy more than that, you won't have it because he will have eaten it, or he will have cooked it and he will have eaten it. So we get enough for a few days. We get items that we are sure he does not know how to cook, so that they will be there when I'm ready to cook them. This was a long time. I haven't had a night out. I can't even remember the last time I had a night out. And now I'm thinking about, my son, the original plan is for my son to go with me to my dad's for the holidays. However, if if the plane tickets are more than I'm wanting to pay, I may be the only one going to see my dad, and he may be here with his dad for at Christmas, and I'll just go see my dad for Christmas because he's seen his grandfather this year, didn't he? Let me think about that. Let me see. The last time my dad was here was earlier this year. No, yeah, he saw him. But he saw him at that time. And in addition to that, he FaceTimes my dad at least once a week. But plane tickets are expensive, so I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to afford for both of us to get on that plane. And because he's grown, it might be easier for him to stay here. Because if we're going, then I have to do all the special accommodations because of him being autistic that I normally have to do. I have to make sure that we get on the plane first. I have to make sure that I try to get a nonstop flight to where we're going, where we don't have to make any plane changes, And then we have to deal with him going through the body scan. But I really don't, if I can help it, I don't want him to stay here. I want him to be able to go with me. But no, they don't. He got to pay the same fare as anybody else who's an adult. But I'm just looking for good fares at this point. And if I'm able to find a decent price, because I'm going to be there for a few days, then that's not going to that's not going to take me into January with no money. And we'll see. Because my Christmas present to my dad is me coming to see him. So yeah, he's gonna be 24 in 2 days. In 2 days, he will be 24. And we get ready to go get him the real ID, as well as get him renew his passport. So I'm doing all of that for him, in the next couple of months. The real ID, my sister, she already got hers. And she said if you have a passport in California, All I have to do is I can just take my passport in there. I don't have to bring my birth certificate. Yeah, but even I need a. It's like that was a nice break, you know. I mean, you know, but I don't mind doing doing a lot of stuff with my son. But you know, like I tend to when I'm around like adults, I talk more, even though I'm not a really talkative person. I tend to be a more talkative person because I don't really have a lot of conversations when it's just me and my son, because he doesn't have his conversations with me are very limited. So then for my conversations are limited. And then I work from home. So I'm not talking a lot to my colleagues except via, messenger. Again, limited words. So but yeah, we're gonna make sure that he has all his IDs, and I need to get him a new ID anyway, because he still has the ID he has now. He had it from before he was 21, because he don't have a driver's license, so the IDs last for longer. But he doesn't even look like the person on that ID, so he definitely needs a new ID. I think he got that ID when he was 18, and he's going to be 24. Expires, and I think it expires, and that I think that ID doesn't expire until 2021. See, but he needs to get another ID. Let me see your ID, dude. Hand it to me, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me see. I'm looking at his ID right now. Yep. Oh, yeah, he needs to get a new ID. Because it expires on his birthday. Shoot. So I'm going to have to get him another. So I'm going to have to get his real ID. Great. This year. That'll be fun. I'm going to have to set an appointment. I didn't even realize his ID expires on his birthday. That's going to be fun. I thought it expired next year. Jeez, Louise. I'm glad I looked at it, guys. I'm glad I looked at it. Oh. I thought it expired next year. Yeah, well, thankfully I have his birth certificate handy, so I'm gonna have to take care of his now, and I'll just take care of mine next year, because I don't want to take care of mine now, because I still have a passport, so I don't technically need a real ID yet. But I see I'm gonna have to get one for him right now. Yeah, my son spent the weekend with his dad. Even though he's an adult now, and I'll just say, like, when he was younger, Eva, even though it said that he was supposed to be with his dad every other weekend, that's not how it was working. And then now that he's an adult, and there's, it's nothing in writing anymore because he's an adult at this particular point, now he wants to spend a lot more time with him. So he does. I mean, it doesn't bother me, but he didn't spend that kind of time with him when he was younger. And I don't know, maybe it's because it's hard for him to do with autism. So But I think I'm thankful for the time he spends with his dad, because he literally worships the ground his father works on, walks on. His father can do no evil in his sight. They have a very good relationship. Yeah, they have a very good relationship, and they go to a lot of these like air shows and everything, because my son really likes airplanes and always has. That's kind of been his thing. He used to he'll build airplanes out of anything, and I used to have, when I had my house where I lived before, he had created an entire airfield in the backyard for his planes and stuff. So, and now he's gone upstairs because now he's on the phone again. And I'm sure he's on the phone with his dad, because he calls his father at least 4 or 5 times after he leaves him until his father finally tells him, I'm going to bed now. So, I'll talk to you tomorrow. And then he'll call him again another time after that. And I remember when he first got his phone, his dad used to think that I was the one making him call him. And I had to explain to him that he knew his phone number and he knew how to call him on his own. And then when he started calling him when I was nowhere around, he realized that I had nothing to do with him making those phone calls, and that he calls people because he wants to call them. Has nothing to do with me. That's the reason why he has a phone, so he can call people when he wants to talk to them. And also he has a phone so that his father didn't have to talk to me in order to talk to his son. Didn't make sense. Didn't make any sense to me at all. I know he wants to talk to me, but I want you to talk to your son. He has lots to say to you, even if it doesn't seem like he has lots to say to you. He has lots to say to you. And he just wants to make sure he has his attention. So, but they go to a lot of the air shows. I think they're going to another air show in a couple of weeks, like on Veterans Day weekend. But he goes to all the air shows around in Southern California, and he's even been to one that's in Arizona. So those are the kind of things he does with his dad and everything. And with me, I'm the musical one, and so that's the connection that he and I have, because even through my entire pregnancy, I was in the studio doing a lot of session work, and he likes to sing, so he likes to be around the music, and he tries to play a couple of instruments and everything, so he is always singing. So that's the connection that he and I have. And I'm in the middle of taking a class to get myself certified to do music therapy, so that I can do music therapy with him. And then after I do that one, I'm going to take a class in art therapy, so that I can do some art therapy with him. And then I think as I do those things, I'm going to probably put some of that stuff on my channel, so that I can show it to other parents, as things that they can do with their kids to connect with them. Because a lot of our kids love music, and a lot of our kids love art. Yeah, that's the thing, Toya. You find what they're interested in, and that's where you connect with them and keep them connected to the world. Like his dad found airplanes to connect with him, and then I found the art and the music to connect with him, because those are the things I'm good at too. So it's natural to me that he would be good at those things. Yeah, and I mean, for a lot of our kids, music really, 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 really helps them deal with so much. And I'm going to always use that young man that just won AGT as a prime example, Cody Lee. Cody Lee, music helped him to communicate with the world. And it also helped him to deal with the world, because the one thing I do know is that a lot of times, because of the neurodiversity of our kids, they hear things differently than we hear them. Like, if you're in a room and there's a lot of people talking, and you may be able to have the conversation and just hone in on one voice, the voice that's talking to you, it's not as easy for someone who is neurodiverse and on the autism spectrum to always do that. They may hear all of it and not be able to hone in, and it just comes out as jibble jabble to them, which is why they have a harder time talking, because they're not hearing it the same way as we are. Yeah. I mean, that's the way that it's literally explained to me. And there's around somewhere on YouTube, people have given like simulations of how it is that a person on the spectrum is hearing versus the way that we hear, but and there's nothing wrong with their hearing. It's just the way that their brain is processing the sound. But that works in their favor with music. It works in their favor with music. Music, somehow they're able to distinguish the different sounds. And most of people with autism that gravitate towards music here have like perfect recall of how something sounds. Like they can hear it one time and remember it that way. Exactly. I mean, it's like it's like things that I have learned in trying to understand my son and understand why he's, good in certain things and not in other things. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a couple of adults with autism that are on YouTube, and one of them did something where it was a demonstration so that someone who didn't have autism could hear the way it is that they heard things, and they were able to make it close to how it is so that it's a better understanding of it. But that's how they explain it, and that's how they're able to explain why it's hard for them to speak too. It's because they're not hearing it the same way. Like, like certain letters. And that's why, sometimes they'll say when they're in the speech therapy and everything, it's to get them to hone in on the sounds so that they're able to say those words. And also when they hear that, they're able to hone in on that sound within a room with other sounds going on. But that's why sometimes you'll see people that have autism that'll have on headphones, and it's so that they can focus and not have everything coming in their brain at one time. Yeah, and one of the things that that is hard for like my son to understand is when someone is sad. He understands him being sad, but he doesn't necessarily understand someone else being sad or someone else being angry. He doesn't read those emotions well. And so it'll come across as that he's not empathetic, but it's that he just doesn't understand. So he'll or that they're sad. Yeah, but that's the reason why, a lot, because it helps them to be like, if they got on headphones, that's the reason why you'll see a lot of the kids that'll have on headphones, you know, or they'll have their iPod, their phone things in their ears too, and they may not even have anything playing. It's just so that they can focus out a lot of the other sounds. Like, that's the best way to explain it. Yeah, Terry, it was like you learn a lot. I mean, we have to, we have to. And when anything that I learn, anything that I've learned or that I know, I'm going to let other people know. Because why should somebody else struggle? Why should they struggle? And there's so much, but even with all the information that's available, there's so much that the way people know it is from other parents. Other parents find out stuff. I mean, that's really, the whole reason why I'm on here and everything. I mean, because, my kid is an adult now, but autism doesn't end at age 18. Over 80% of the adults with autism still live at home with their parents. And a lot of them are not employed, even if they are employable, because of the stigma on autism. Yeah, that I was talking about that earlier, Eva. So with the stimming and everything, that's something that they really need to get ABA therapy to help with that. And that's, adaptive behavior therapy to help them with the stimming, because the stimming doesn't necessarily go away. They just find a different way to cope, and that's regardless of where your child falls on the spectrum. Different types of stimming, like my son does, like he used to do the flapping and everything when he was younger and everything. He doesn't do that any now. But a really bad stimming that he has is he'll bite himself. He'll bite his hand. But it's a coping. So I'm looking at him as an adult getting some ABA therapy to help with that. to help with that stimming behavior. And like one of the things that you can check into, I'm not sure, like depending on where you are, but in the United States, there's this place called Center for Autism Research and Development. And they have them like all over the country. And even if there's not one in your area, you can look them up online. And there's some resources that are available to parents online to help with things such as the stimming. Yeah, my son used to do the rocking. When he was little, he did the twirling around in a circle. Then he did the rocking, and he did the flapping. He did all of those. All of those. He doesn't do any of those now. You know, but he literally had adaptive all through school. He had it all the way through school to help, to stop, to help him with different things. You know, and you know, what we have to think about it is that we all have coping things that we do, certain things that we do, even if we have no autism. Some people smoke cigarettes to help them cope. Some people have to have a cup of coffee to help them cope with certain things, to keep them, in a certain situation. If they don't have that cup of coffee, it's not going to be a happy time for anybody. So this is kind of similar to what our kids are going through. It's helping them to cope with everything that is coming at them from the world, because it is coming at them differently than it is for us. Because you have to think about our kids. It's like, think about it. You are an alien on your own planet. You don't know the rules. And your body doesn't know the rules either. Your brain is not telling you the same things that other people's brains are telling them. Anytime, Eva, I know about CARD because there's one here in California, but I also know, there's one in the area where I am. I also know that they're all over the country, and they're trying to get more of them, but they also have online resources because they're not everywhere now. They're still not everywhere, but they have a lot of stuff that is available. And, depending on how it's looked at in the particular region of the country that you're in, it's potential that you can get that service funded as part of the education for your child, through the school district. My son now is an adult, so if anything that I'm doing as far as that, I need to get the funding through what they call regional centers here in California. So that's how I'm looking at it. But when he was in school, it was through his school that he got the ADA funding. Yeah. Anything that I know when it comes to autism, I'm always available to tell you whatever it is that I know, because I know, and I know that a lot of things can be overwhelming, and in a lot of situations, there are services that may be available, but aren't being offered to you because you didn't ask for them. Like, for example, I'll give a prime example. Here in California, you Even now, as my son is an adult, I still get respite because I'm his primary caregiver. But when he was a kid, I also got respite. But there were other people that didn't get respite because they never asked for it. So the caseworkers never told them that they were entitled to this respite, which is it's not a lot of hours, but it could be enough time for you to go out to a movie, go out to dinner or something, go to the spa. In most situations, it's no more. They only give you like about between 10 and 15 hours a month. But it's time that they're funding and will pay somebody else on your behalf to be with your child. Good. Good. That's good. Good, Toya. Yeah, and the thing is that the only thing that bothers me is that they put autism under mental health and in a lot of places. And the reason it bothers me is because it just makes it like they're viewing it like it's a mental health issue when it's a neurodiverse issue. They don't have a mental issue going on with their brains. Their brains just process things differently. It's not the same as someone who has a chemical imbalance or has schizophrenia, bipolar, or is depressed. Even though someone who has autism may get something like that, but the autism didn't cause it, and they shouldn't be looked at the same because they're not the same thing. But at least we have gotten to the point where parents can get some things covered under insurance that have to deal with their children having autism. Because when my son was growing up, for the majority of the time that he was growing up, that was not the case. But thankfully, the one time I did have to make them do something, I was able to get it through, and that was before they were covering autism. See, the early intervention, early intervention is, but see, at age 3, Toya, that's when it is the school district's responsibility to pay for everything. So, like my son, when he turned 3, he was in I sent him to a private school, but he still needed speech therapy. So I made the public school district that I lived in pay for my son to have his speech therapy while he was in that private school. And then when he started into public school, I made them continue to pay for that private speech therapy for my son, all the way up until my son was in high school. But at 3, the school district is supposed to give you the services that your son needs from age 3 until he is 18 and graduates, or 22 if he doesn't go on the graduation path. But the way you're talking about your son is probably going to be on the graduation path and mainstream. But the services for your son, that is up to the school district. Like speech therapy, adaptive behavioral therapy, all of that. Even if you are choosing to homeschool your child, you should still be able to get the funding for that. I'm just saying that, Toya. Okay. So you may have to have a conversation with the school district in Richmond about what they're supposed to do for your son, what they're supposed to be funding. Okay. But just make sure that you're not missing out on some funds that are rightfully your son's in the Richmond School District. Because even if you're homeschooling him, he still is a student in their district and is still has the right to any public education services for special needs children that have autism. I'm telling you. And make sure your son has an individual education plan, Toya, because that's how you get the funding. If you don't have him on an individual education plan, talk to them about that when you go to that meeting. Because he's supposed to be under an individual education plan. No child left behind, except that they have autism, Eva. Individual education plan is to make sure that our children are on an education plan that helps them to meet their educational needs for them to either graduate from high school or get a certificate of completion. And the school district is mandated by the state to do that. It's federal. I did a video about the IEP process. I did a video about that, Eva. And I did a video on that told the difference between the IEP process and the 504 process. Yeah, but no child left behind. Even though they wrote that, it doesn't cover kids on the autism spectrum. Even though it's supposed to, it does not. That's why it's no child left behind except that they have autism. Okay, good. Good, Toya. Good. Yeah. And make sure that you put a parent statement in his IEP as to what you want him to have as goals. The IEP is called IEP stands for the Individual Education Process. It still has, as long as it's the IEP, as long as they're going to give you an IEP. Okay. Eva, in the IEP, you as the parent have a right to add a statement as to what you want to happen this year for your son educationally in the classroom. I always added that to my sons. I put it in writing. I typed it out on my computer, printed it out, and added it to the IEP. So make sure that if there's something that they don't have in there, that you as a parent express that what you want over and above whatever they have. Like with my son, 1 year, I wanted to make sure that he knew how to tie his shoes by the end of the school year because he was 11. And we had been trying to get him to tie his shoes, and he just could not learn how to tie his shoes the traditional way. He learns how to tie his shoes. Because they have to cover certain living skills as well, especially if your child's a teenager, Eva, especially if they're a teenager. See, I had one of the benefits for me. There is this book that has all the rules that they have to follow in the state of California as far as the individual education plan. I had a copy of it and had it at every meeting. So if you, I know it's too late to get that before this meeting, but after you have this meeting, Eva, go do some searching around the internet to see if you can find the PDF of what the state requirements are for the school districts in your state. It's out there. Trust me. And make sure that you're given your parents' Bill of Rights at the IEP. Because that's federal. Yeah, when at the IEP, and here's another thing. You know that as a parent, that they are never allowed to do an IEP without you being notified, and they can't do it if you're not there. If you don't want, unless you give permission. If you don't give permission, then they have to work it around your schedule. Yep. But I don't know about where you guys are, but look and see if they have IEP workshops in your area. Because even after your child has that IEP this week, Eva, you have the right to make amendments to that IEP later on if you see something needs to be amended. So, look for IEP workshops that are in your area. And that will help you in doing your post prep and doing your prep for the one next year. But if it's anything in your son's IEP that you don't agree with, you can say that. Good night, Natural Curl. Thank you for coming through. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming through. And the thing that is so funny to me is that there are so many other parents online. Well, I will say there are so many other mothers of color that are floating around these YouTube streets that have kids that are affected but that's not what they're using their platforms for, or why, what they're on YouTube for. But I'm just thankful that I went ahead and just did my channel, because I felt that somebody needed to be out there to represent and to be out there for you guys. I just, and, we have a few celebrities that have kids that are in the community, but they're not accessible to us. Don't get me wrong. I love Holly and Rodney and the stuff that they're doing, and they're probably the most accessible, and they're doing a lot, but they're only here in California, you know what I mean? And they're not, although Holly did write a book, a children's book with her daughter about autism, they don't really, they're putting their life out there on, on their show that they had. That's the only thing that we have out there. And like I said, they're not your normal, everyday, smeggly people like me. Another one who has a kid on the spectrum is D.L. Hughley. His son is Asperger, and he's just probably in the last couple of years even opened up about that, because he didn't say anything for a long time, so nobody knew. People know about Tisha Campbell Martin's son, but she doesn't, she's not exposing his life out there. He's kind of, that's all kind of private. And with Tony Braxton's son, Will Diesel, he's all over social media and everything, and although they say he's cured of autism, he's not cured of autism. He was high functioning. He got early intervention so that he was able to mainstream, and he is at a level where he knows how he is going to be able to make it through this world and be independent. But that's not every kid with autism, and that doesn't mean he's cured of it. It just means that he's found a way to move through this world like everybody else with his neurodiversity. So, but yeah, I hate when people say that there's a cure for autism. The people with autism don't want to be cured. They don't want to be cured. They just want to be accepted. They don't want to be cured. Ask them. Ask anybody you know who has autism, and they just don't like that people treat them differently, and that they feel like they are different because they don't think the same way. But geniuses don't think the same way either. And a lot of them, even though they don't like to talk about the IQ, most of our kids are extremely intelligent, including the ones who may not use words. The thing that is sad to me is that the United States is probably the only is the country that is cutting edge as far as autism research, and the rest of the world is far behind, even in what you would consider developed countries. Everybody looks to us, and it is very interesting that we have such a high proportion of kids who have autism in this country, though. I find that to be odd. My son is a blessing too, Eva. He is. My son is an only child, and he's an only child because when his father and I got divorced, I would have had another child if I had gotten remarried, when I was young enough to have another child. But at this particular point in time, we're not having any more children because I'm not Janet Jackson. And that's the only woman over 50 having kids that I know of color. So Janet can do that if she wants to. I'm good. Yeah, and I'll tell you, like with my son, I was fertile, what they call a fertile fanny, but his father was not. And so that's why we have one kid. So, but I don't, I love my son, and he, I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of all of the things that he does, like he's on the praise team at church. He gets up in front of the entire congregation, once a month with the young adult choir and sings. Yep. But that's a blessing. But it's a blessing though for you, Toya, because they didn't think he was going to leave the hospital, and he's still here. So that's what I'm talking about. But I'm just glad that I'm able to be here to kind of just, I'm not trying to be an inspiration, but I know that if I made it, if I can do it, you can do it. And that's what I want to show, is just that you can do it, and it's so important to have a village, even if it's a virtual village. It's important to have a village, but as most of you will find out, yes, that's right, Miss Toya, that's right. And he's your little chatterbox. And he's your little chatterbox. But it's just, the thing is that people forget that our kids grow up to be adults. And they're so focused on the kids that they lose sight of the fact that those kids will not always be kids, and that the parents are going to need that support forever, because most of our kids don't leave home at the normal age. Yeah, it's hard. There are support groups, but I can say honestly that when my son was younger, I didn't, even though the support groups are out there, I didn't have time for a support group, because that means I had to go find somebody who's going to watch my kid, because your support group didn't have childcare. Okay, thank you for being supportive, but you're not really supportive, because I can't bring my kid with me to the meeting, who is the reason why I need to be in a support group. Makes sense? A lot of that has changed now, because, I think a lot of the support groups are recognizing that they were probably excluding the people that needed the most support, but, now that my son is an adult, I'm still reaching out and still want to have that support, and there's other parents out there who have teenagers or who have kids who are my kids' age and are older. And we're all dealing with the same thing, you know, of getting our kids to a point where they can be able to take care of themselves and fighting to find out what's available to them. Wow. Well, I'll give you guys I'll tell you, I think I told you guys I have a cousin. I have a first cousin who's on the spectrum. And so she lives in a different state. But she's around the same age as my son, because her dad is my youngest uncle, who's I think maybe 10 years older than me, if that. And he got married later. But his wife was the one who was more active with their daughter. I don't know. I don't know if my uncle was in denial about what was going on with his daughter, which is a problem sometimes with parents. They're in denial of what's going on with their kid. They don't want to face it. I didn't get the SSI for my son until he turned 18. He was denied. They wouldn't give it to him because I made too much money. They wouldn't give it to him because his dad made too much money. So he didn't get it. But I know people who have gotten it while their kid is a child. And somehow even were able to get qualified despite the income. And I say, if you can get the Social Security for your child while they're a child, get it. If you can get it, get it. That's what I think. Because it's not going to be there much longer. So we might want to get as much as we can for our kids, while it's still there. But they make it so hard for our kids to get it, even as adults. They make it so hard. I mean, I'm telling you, my son has had to go through all kinds of flips and hoops to keep his SSI. As what? Do y'all think he's gonna suddenly not have autism or something? Seriously, I mean, I had to fight to get it for him. And then they have the audacity to every 3 years to come and check to see if there's been a change in his condition. Like, if his condition changed, do you think I would want your little funky $900 a month? And most of that, half of that is coming from the state, because California kicks in a little extra. Oh. I know, Toya. I couldn't afford to stop working. So I had to wait until he was 18, But it's sad because my goddaughter, who lives in Virginia, by the way, has a daughter on the spectrum and had to do all, and she doesn't have like a traditional job. Has a degree, can't use her degree because she has to stay at home so her child can get her SSI. And then she does a business from home, self-employed, to make some extra money, so that they can live. And then one of my best friends, who's her mom, helps out with the rest. But yeah, it's terrible what they put the parents through. I know it's crazy. It's crazy what they put you through. What they put you through to get the SSI before they're 18. And even though it should have been easier when my son turned 18, it was not. They made me, and I later found out this was illegal, but they made him, he had to sign up for the selective draft, even though he's never going to go because he has autism, but he had to sign up for the selective draft before he could get his benefits. They threatened his benefits if he didn't sign up for the selective draft. So of course he can't sign up for the selective draft because he didn't understand the instructions. So I had to do it for him. That's what they did to my kid before he could get his Social Security. And then when they finally gave it to him, told me that he didn't have to. I said, really? Because that's not what you guys said at the beginning. You told me he had to have that, and I actually had to validate the proof that he had signed up for it. I don't want to hear that crap. That was just another layer. Yes, Toya. Yes, Toya. You know, right now, I just had to get a letter from a region from the state so that my son doesn't have to do jury duty. He's been summoned for jury duty, so I had to send them stuff that he cannot possibly serve jury duty because he has autism. Because they're trying to threaten his benefits. I'm like, y'all are tripping. And the only reason he's getting summoned is because he's exercising his right to vote, because he can vote if he wants to in the state of California. But he does not have to serve jury duty because he has autism, but he can vote. Yeah. All kinds of little crazy stuff they happen. All kinds of little crazy things that happen. You know, but I mean, and when my son when he first got his Social Security, they didn't even give him the maximum. I had to fight with them to get it to the maximum. You know, I'm like, you know, it was just insane. You know, I had to prove to them that he actually has to pay on part of the housing. You know, so his name is on, you know, on the lease and everything. And then every year I have to give them, they want to see like a couple bank statements to show that money's coming out of his account to pay the rent. I'm telling you, they do all kinds of shady stuff. I'm thinking, and I'm like, y'all are tripping with someone who legitimately is disabled when you got all these fraudulently disabled people floating around that don't get bothered at all. So that's how I feel about Social Security. Get it if you can. Take everything you can get. Because other people seem to get it without any problem. But then we have a problem getting it for our kids who legitimately need it. Eva, do not even beat yourself up. Do not even beat yourself up because they make it hard. They make it hard. They purposely make it hard. They purposely make it hard. And that's why I said it's like overwhelming. It's like just trying to get the information. Because like my son, technically, my son could get Section 8 housing because of him being, because of autism. I can't even get him on a list for Section 8. Okay. So, and then if he got the Section 8, then we could have the Section 8, but in my right now, I'm thinking about being able to buy another house somewhere far, far away from California. So, yeah, but it'll be okay because I'm telling you, even though I have some supports now, I don't have a whole lot of supports. I do most of the stuff myself. That's why I'm willing to tell people. I don't want you to struggle. So the things that I'm telling you, I'm giving you all this information because these are things I know that you're gonna need. And you got time because your kid is still a teenager. He's not grown yet. You got time. Wow, Toya, that's sad. Yeah. Yeah, the thing that like me and my son's dad, the one thing that we fight about really right now is that he wants to put our son into a conservatorship and I do not. And because a conservatorship takes away his rights and you can't undo it if you do it. So right now, the only thing that I have is a durable power of attorney to help him with his finances and everything. And I'm on his bank account so that, because I have to be on his bank account because they're sending the money to him, to his account, but I just need to be on that account. But they can't, but they couldn't here's the thing. They couldn't send his Social Security to me without him being on the account. And they can't send it to an account where I'm the primary person on the account. He had to be the primary person on the account. I mean, thankfully, my son has always had a bank account because I got him a bank account when he was 6. But yeah. Yeah, a conservatorship. Okay, so like, I'm going to tell you, like Britney Spears is in a conservatorship, which means she does not handle her stuff. And every time she wants to do something, that's why she's always going back to court. Because once you put someone into a conservatorship, you can never take them out of it. A conservatorship is basically taking the person's rights away because they're not able to handle certain things in their life, such as their finances, such as their medical things. And it is something that is done in court. And it can be done with or without their consent. But once a person is put into a conservatorship, you can't take them out of that conservatorship. So what I have is what you call, I have a durable power of attorney, but a durable power of attorney is less restrictive because it can be undone or it can be transferred to someone else. So that's what I'm doing at this point because my hope is that at some point my son will be able to live on his own and he won't need someone to take care of him. Right now he does. But I don't think that's going to be, I'm praying that that's not the case forever. So Agreed. I have a durable power of attorney for him, and his dad has one. We both have one. So that we can each act on his behalf. But no, conservatorship, and I know I'm not explaining it correctly, but you have to go to court to do a conservatorship. You don't have to go to court to do a power of attorney. You just need to have it notarized. Yeah. You actually go to court. That's why every time Britney Spears wants to do something in her life, that's why you guys keep seeing her going back. She has to go to court because she is in a conservatorship because of her mental breakdown when she was younger. And that conservatorship will be on her for the rest of her life. Even if the conservatorship can give her rights to do certain things, but everything still has to be approved through that conservatorship. And that's the same thing that even though a lot of people don't know that, Natalie Cole was in a conservatorship because of the drug use she had done when she was younger. She had been put in a conservatorship. So all through the rest of her life, someone else was controlling, everything for her, even though we may not have known it. But there are some people on the autism spectrum that, you're going to probably have to be put into conservatorship because, if they're severely autistic, and I'm not talking about just being nonverbal, because a person can be nonverbal and not be severely autistic. But someone who's severely autistic is someone who probably may have to be in. Yeah, I know. It was a well-kept secret. It was a well-kept secret that she was on that conservatorship. And depending on your age, you may not remember when she was out there getting high and doing the drugs. But she was doing all of that in her early career when she first came out. She started getting high and everything when she was in college at USC. Because she went to the same school that I went to, and she pledged the same sorority that I went to. So I know that part. Yeah. But yeah, that came out, I guess, after her death, that she was in a conservatorship. Her mother had put her into a conservatorship when that happened, so that she didn't lose everything. And that's what happened with Britney. That's why they put her in a conservatorship, so that she didn't lose everything when she, so she's still in that conservatorship. And as you can see, she still has issues. Because, she still has issues. So, because clearly something was going on with her for her to shave her head and do that stuff. That's not normal behavior. Yeah. When she first came out, and then I think after she got her divorce and everything, she was like heavy into cocaine and stuff. Her son, lived through all of that with her. And she wrote about it in her book. The book she wrote. She wrote about it in her book. But yeah, that's part of the decisions that a parent for someone on the spectrum has to think about as their kid gets closer to 18, is whether whether they're going to have to put them into a conservatorship, depending on what the prospects are for your child. Because a lot of them, even if they do live at home and everything, after that doesn't mean they can't live on their own. It's just that, and that they can't make their own decisions, because that's not always the case. It's just It's just not a lot of safety, you know. And I think, to be honest with you, I think a lot of our kids feel more comfortable and feel safer at home. And maybe if the world starts to have a different approach to dealing with people on the spectrum, maybe more of them will feel comfortable not living at home. And maybe there will be places where they can go and live, you know, and it's not a group home situation. Yeah, Terry, but she's in a conservatorship. Britney Spears is in a conservatorship because of her mental breakdown that back in the day. And her parents put her into it at that point. Her father is the one who's over it. That's why she's always, you know, every time something's going on, you talk about she's going to court. That's why, because she's in a conservatorship. She doesn't control her stuff. They control it on her behalf. And they approve what she can and can't do, literally. So, yep, they approve what she can and can't do. So, yep. But for parents, you know, I mean, I made the decision that I made. You know, other parents make other decisions. You know, and the regional centers try to encourage you to do it, but I was not comfortable putting my son in a conservatorship. I might change my mind about that at a later time, but right now I didn't think that was the best option for us as his parents for him, and I wanted to wait and see if other options become available later on, and I think his dad now has a better understanding of that because he's had to put his own mother into a conservatorship to protect her from his siblings and stuff. So, you know, whereas with David doesn't have any siblings. He doesn't have any assets. There's nothing that anybody can protect him from. Anything that I have that I will have to leave to him will be put into a special needs trust. So it'll still be protected. But yeah. But never feel overwhelmed or try to not feel overwhelmed. You know, because everything just, I believe in divine intervention, and I believe that's why people are being drawn to my live streams and everything that have kids that are on this, you know, and just, you know, I'm just pouring out myself, just trying to give y'all what I can, the encouragement that I can, the knowledge that I have, you know. Like I said, even though I have this book that I've written, there's no way I could put everything in that book. That book is just a slice of what I went through raising my son. You know, I'm like, the journey still continues, and there's so much that I've experienced that I did not put into a book. I wonder why my house phone is ringing. My house phone is ringing, y'all. However, nobody knows my house phone number. I'm going to put y'all on hold for 1 second. I'm coming right back. Let me see who this is. Okay, so that was a telemarketer. Okay, that's why the phone rang. Telemarketers. I'm like, my number is not even. I don't even use the house phone. Y'all know why I have a house phone? I have a house phone because I have a son with autism. That's why I have a house phone. Because I feel I need to have a landline. Even though we don't use the landline. We just have a landline. It just has an answering machine on it to take messages. And nobody ever calls that number except wrong numbers or telemarketers. I probably should just not have it because it's, it's a waste of $20 a month. I could probably be using that $20 for something else. But I bundled it with internet, so that's why I have it. But yeah, you don't hear a whole lot about Britney Spears that much lately. I think she finished her show in Vegas and stuff, so there's not much to say. There is just not much to say on her.
Get it out.
Yeah. I don't know what I did with it. I don't know what I did with them. I'm looking for some candy. Oh, there it is. Where's the other one? There you go. There you go. Ready? You got them? There you go. I just got me some candy. I'm eating some hazelnut M&Ms. I like these actually. They taste better than the regular milk chocolate ones. So Terry, what do you have for work tomorrow? Is it going to be a busy day for you? I know my day's going to be busy. My day tomorrow is going to be busy. And then I'm still going to try to jump on a couple people's lives. So it's going to be a busy day at work. Did you walk away to smoke, Terry? I think we lost somebody. Who did we lose? Somebody dropped. I don't know if it was Terry or it was Eva. One of them dropped. So maybe it's just me and you, Toya. What? Maybe it is just us now. How long have I been on? I've been on for about 2.5 hours. Been on for about 2.5 hours. Yep, I think we lost somebody. Well, I hope they smashed that like button before they left. You still there, Miss Toya? Or did I talk you out? might have talked you out. Are you still there? Okay, I see.
Yeah.
It takes a second for it to pop up on StreamYard. But I commend you, Miss Toya, on you doing the homeschooling.
What did I?
Because, like I said, I wish that I had been able to do so much of that for my son. Because I just think that his opportunities as an adult would have been much, much, much more. You know, but
That's good.
I'm still going to help him because I know that there's more for him. And I'm just going to have to be his teacher. Yep, mommy's going to be the teacher. You know, like with the music therapy and with the art therapy, those kind of things I'll do with him. Because some of that will help him to calm himself and everything. You know what I mean? And that, because I know like music helps to calm. It really, really, really does. And, you know, we kind of always got music going in the house of some kind. You know, which is, you know, kind of, it's funny because, you know, a lot of times sound bothers a lot of the kids on the spectrum, but the ones that love music, you know, the ones that love the music, yeah, but it's just, I mean, but you know that you're doing whatever it takes. And I mean, that's why I work from home now. That's why I have not taken a job working outside of the home since my mother died, you know. And I mean, if I'd have taken a job outside of the home, I would probably be making way more money than I make, you know. But that wouldn't have been what's best for my son. You know, that wouldn't be what's best for him, you know. So, but, you know, I'm, you know, starting to do some of my more artistic stuff now. I'm getting ready to put out my spoken word CD. I'm going to get the book out and then, you know, work on some different music tracks and work on another book and keep trying to grow my YouTube channel so I can just keep, you know, reaching more and more people. Because that's the goal. That is the goal. Child. Yeah, I wish I was around. Yeah, when I'm working my job from home, you know, I'm sure people think that I'm sitting around kicking it. I'm not. I get up. Matter of fact, I get up. I get dressed. I actually leave the house, go get me coffee, and sit down fully dressed in clothes and work for the day. You know, I mean, and I'm in upper management, so I'm not like, you know, no chop, you know, chicken. You know, I'm kind of up on the food chain, and I just happen to be blessed to have a job that is from home that allows me to be here for my son. You know, but you know, and anybody who thinks a stay-at-home mom is just kicking it all day, they must be talking about regular moms, because autism moms cannot kick it all day. Ever. we don't get downtime. The only time I had downtime was when my son was gone. That was my downtime. It wasn't really my downtime because I really had stuff that I was trying to get done that needed to be done, because he wasn't here. So it wasn't really downtime. The only downtime I had was in the morning. And I'll just like the time, like when my son doesn't have, if he doesn't have to go to work, like he's a day off and I don't have that day off, man, I have to rearrange my work schedule those days so that I'm not working that much when he's, here. I try at least, but that's why I try to make, if he's off, I'm off, so that, I'm not trying to work and he's here, because he doesn't like me to work when he gets home. So far he doesn't seem to mind me being on the live streams when he's here. So far. So that's a good thing. So far, that's but I'm gonna do what I gotta do. And then all right, Miss Eva. See you later. Yeah, Terry, but sometimes people have a perception of people who work from home. They think you're doing nothing. Like it's a cushy job and everything. And most people that I know that have legitimate jobs from home do more work than people that are sitting in an office. Because we're working longer hours because we're at home. It's like, there's lots of days I have to remind myself to get up and go take lunch because I don't take a lunch, or, I'll just keep working. So yeah, he's just sitting there. He's on his phone though or something. I don't know what he was doing. I think he was on YouTube. Earlier he was in my live stream. He had pulled my live stream up. Because I think I subscribed him to my channel. So he's one of my subscribers. Yeah, I think I made him subscribe to my channel. Yeah. But yeah, no, he don't have a problem sitting here, and it's still early anyway, because it's not even 9 o'clock yet. It's almost, but it's not 9 yet here. So, and he usually doesn't really go to bed until somewhere between 9:30 and 10. And he has to, because he got to go to work in the morning, because he works like they come and pick him up like at 8:30, and then he comes back home somewhere between 2:30 and 3 o'clock. But right now I'm looking to find another program for him, because I'm not finding the value in the program that he's in. And I'm, in the next vlog that I put out, I kind of talk about why I don't like it and everything. But it's that I think that he's on a different trajectory than the other people that are in the program with him, because they're older than him. much older than him. And I just think that he can do more than what the expectation is of him at that place. And the other thing is that I don't like the fact that he's starting to exhibit certain behaviors because he's copying some of the not so nice behaviors that he's seeing from some of the other people. So yeah, I don't need that. So he's been there long enough. Time to move on. Time to find something else. So I'll probably be talking about that over the next few weeks as we try to find another program for him, you know, but I want him to get into one where it's going to get him to a job, and this isn't it. Yeah. And, you know, like this weekend, I told his dad to try the melatonin. And so he did the melatonin, and I don't think he gave him enough. So, because he gave him only like one pill, and I said, well, you need to give him, I think you might need to give him at least 1.5 to 2. You know, so, because if he takes 2 of them, he's out. No problem. So, and you know, it's something natural that I can give to him to help him with getting to sleep. And a lot of and I got that advice from some other moms in one of the secret closed groups that I'm in on Facebook. It's a secret closed group that I'm in. It's secret and it's closed. So, but yeah, I was asking, and a lot of moms try to use the melatonin, and it really helps with the sleep issues because a lot of our kids, it's their bodies don't have that same type of internal clock, you know. And I don't always want to be fighting, you know, trying to stay awake because he don't want to go to sleep. So. He's getting mad at me because he doesn't like me talking about him. You don't want me talking about him. So I guess I need to change the subject. Yep, he didn't want me talking about it. That's funny. That's what I tell people when they say stuff in front of my son. I said, well, you do know he understands what you're saying, right? He has autism. He's, you know, I have to explain that to him. I said, autism doesn't mean he can't understand what you're saying. So I you know, and I know you can, and I know he can understand what I'm saying, you know, but I'm going to say whatever I say. Yeah, I have a lot of lavender. Because as a matter of fact, I was burning some cinnamon earlier, though. I had cinnamon. But yeah, now I have some jasmines. But I'm gonna put but I have a lavender, some lavender herbs upstairs. Yeah, but I like to try to do as much as I can possibly do holistically to help my son. You know, I mean, I don't have him like doing the gluten-free and stuff because that doesn't work for all kids. He can't do the fish oil, the fish oil diet because he's allergic to fish. Couldn't do that, you know. Thankfully, he's never been a picky eater, you know. But you know, I still try to not give him too much processed food. I like it to be more things that are home cooked, because then I can control what he's getting. Yeah, and that's what they use it for. You know, I mean, it's something that's natural that you can use, and you know, because you don't want to be drugging them up. I mean, I don't want my son drugged up. Let me just say that. I mean, I allowed my son to be part of the clinical trial so that Abilify was approved for people with autism to help with behavioral issues. But I've already said in the video about meds why he's no longer on it, and he was only part of the clinical trial and did not continue with it after. Yes, and you're allergic to fish. What happens when you have fish, David? You swell up. That's right. See, he knows he's allergic to fish, and he knows why he can't have fish. Yep. Yeah. See, everyone. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. You know, like, but even if they don't talk, doesn't mean they don't really understand what's going on, though, Terry. You know. But with the melatonin, it's like you just have to figure out what the right dosage is for that person to help them, you know. And that's what I was trying to explain to my ex-husband with my son, was that he probably needed to give him more because he needed an adult dosage, because he's an adult, and you know, you got to take into the fact that he weighs almost 200 pounds. I'm just saying. So, you know, I've tried out. He's not really a tea drinker, so I don't know. He doesn't really, yeah. Maybe if I could find a way to make it into an iced chamomile tea, he might drink it. But yeah, he doesn't really drink tea. I do. I'm the tea girl up in here. Yeah, see, Terry, so they already have them all drugged up. You know? That's the thing. You know? And that's my issue. That was my issue with meds. Is that I could tell that my son was, you could tell that he was on something. It was like he went from way up here and he was like whoosh, like way mellow, like some, like, you know, he was not himself. He was not himself. So we have to find other ways for him to deal with the stuff. Meds are not the answer. Not, at least not for my son. You know, they're not the answer. You know, I mean, it took a lot for us to even allow him to be part of the clinical trial. You know, and I thank God that he had no permanent side effects from being in the clinical trial, you know, because, you know, in the clinical trial, they had some people who got placebos and some people who who were in the blinds. He was not part of the blinds. He was part of the trials where they were not getting a placebo. It was not a blind trial. They were getting the actual meds. So he was in that part of the trial. And I mean, I can't agree to meds. If but then again, and then you have a lot of people that are on the spectrum who are adults now who self-medicate, with marijuana, and, now they can do CBD legally. So they're probably using CBD versus the THC, but, the side effects of medications, it was just too much for me. So with the melatonin, you try to you try to use it, and you just have to kind of jerry with it to figure out what the right amount is for each individual. But at least it's something natural, and I'm not going to have no crazy side effects to my child. It's just trying to help him with his sleep pattern. Yep, that's what I'm saying. It changed my it was like he was not the same kid. So I'm good. We don't need the meds, And then see, like, this, the meds started out, and they started out with the meds for all these kids that were considered quote unquote hyperactive and everything. And that didn't start until like the 80s, because you had kids who were so supposedly hyperactive in the 70s, and but then suddenly parents can't handle it, so let's give them some medication, let's call it a medical condition, whatever. And then you have this generations of kids, primarily boys, that are doped up. Primarily boys. Primarily boys. And I mean, it just went across. Well, I'll say it went across the racial demographics, but not necessarily equally, because they looked at it when it was in children of color differently, and they took a lot of the kids that had the behavioral issues and stuck them in special ed when there was no special ed needed for the child, but they put them in special ed. They're in special ed because of a behavioral issue, versus them needing to be in special ed because they had a special education issue. So you had a lot of kids who got pushed into special ed because of these behavior issues, because they weren't part of the ones who were given the meds so that they could be in a regular class, But now you have all these people that are now living with the side effects of having been on all those meds. So I mean, you got to think about it. Was it really worth it? Was it really worth it to do that to all of these boys because parents, or because we couldn't figure out a way to deal with them, or to help them to control their emotions, So it's just the whole situation, is crazy. So that's probably part of the reason why you have all these people out there on the opioids, self-medicating. Chasing that high. It makes them feel good the first time. And then they keep chasing that the way it made them feel the first time. The way it'll never feel that way again. But they keep chasing it, hoping they're gonna get it again. But it never comes back. They never get it again. They just get addicted. And now, because it's not people of color that are having a problem, it's a problem. Something we gotta fix. Okay. But this is the result of giving all those people those pills as kids. Now they need it. Now they need something to function. So it's just a vicious cycle. And I blame our country allowing pharmaceutical companies to have the highest paid lobbyists on Capitol Hill. There's a drug for everything in this country. That's why you have so many people asleep. They're all drugged out. Hey, Health Weight. How are you? Yeah, we're just talking about the drugs and how it's killing our country. Killing our country. Yeah. That's why we have Donald Trump as a president. And the fact that he is in command when the leader of ISIS, I guess, that happened overnight. So now he got that. He has that going for him. So yeah. I didn't catch his news conference today. Yeah, the pharmaceutical companies have the highest highest paid lobbyists on Capitol Hill. They're the reason why marijuana is still a Schedule I drug and heroin is not. But I digress. I digress. So you got all these people who are given drugs for everything, and then they become dependent on the drugs, and we have a drugged out sleep nation of all ethnicities. All these sleep sheep. And then we have people who are out there spouting all kinds of craziness. You know, and then we have a president who gets on the news. I didn't see the conference, but I bet you he didn't use any big words, did he? In describing what happened. I bet he used sixth grade English for his news conference. That's why I didn't watch it. I can't watch someone talk to me at that grade level, and they're supposed to be the commander-in-chief. Yeah, because they're just replaying him talking about ISIS leader dying all day long. And I have it on mute because I don't want to hear what he had to say, because I already know that he's talking down to us. I'm glad you came through too, Healthway and Real Talk. Hey Terry, do you know that we had down here where I am that Edison cut off people's power today? They did rolling brownouts around here. Yep, because my power was off for an hour today, and I'm nowhere near a fire. Nowhere near a fire, yet my power was off for an hour. And if I had gone to church this morning like I normally do, I wouldn't have even been here when it happened. But I just happened to be here because it happened from like 11:30 to like about, I forget what exact time, but I actually left the house and went and did a walk and did my vlog for the week during that time. But it was around 11 something this morning. The power went out. I know I can't watch him. I mean, you know, I can't look the man. I'm sorry. I know, Terry. I'm watching them. I see the commercials for Abilify, and because my son was part of the clinical trial for it for people on the spectrum, but that's not what they're advertising for. They're advertising Abilify for what its true use is. You know, dealing with psychological issues. So. And they would happily have everybody under the influence of something. You know, people can't function without a pill. Crazy. I need a Xanax in order for me to function. I need Cialis, in order for me to get it up. As a man, I'm just saying. So yeah. Hey, Dave. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dave. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. You are so welcome. You're so welcome. Yep. My son is 2 days from today. In 2 days, he will have gone around or across, depending on if you're a flat earther or not. But I'm not. So he will have gone around one more time for the 24th. Well, at least you got it this time. At least you got one this time. And that's weird. I mean, I get TR's, TR Nyrese. I get his. I don't get Chef's. I just know when she's on. But I'll never get hers. I never get hers. I get Ralph's Trucking. I get ones for Blood X. I get some for some of the other people who I subscribe to, but most of the people, I just go around every week and go around looking at people's channels to see if they've uploaded something. And at night, I just literally come on and just look to see who's on live. Because I know they're not giving me the notifications, and I find people. That's how I found out you were on live. Never got a notification. And my bell is rung for you, so I don't understand. I put it off to YouTube. You don't get the one for TR. See, now I get the ones for TR. I get his. And matter of fact, his stuff comes floating in on my homepage when I sign into YouTube. The first thing I'll see. Like if he's put something out on his community tab, it's already hit my it's hitting my YouTube page that he's going to be on. It's just weird. So I just do my thing. I said, okay, let me just go on and see I just go into my subscriptions to see who's on live. And that's how I find y'all. You know, when I come on, I say, okay, let me go see who's on. You know, I get a couple of people's, but I know more than a couple of people come on live, but I only get a couple of people's when they come on live. Because Terry, sometimes I get the ones for kinks, sometimes I don't get the ones for kinks. It's just weird. Or I'll get it and I'll get it an hour later. So I don't know what's up with the notifications and everything. But if I know somebody's going to be on, I just look for them. Yeah, I know. Because people are like, God, I didn't get the notification that you were on and I got the bell rung. I'm like, you know, which is interesting. But they'll get the notifications when I'm uploading the video. But for my live streams, they don't get the notifications. So I don't know what game. I don't know what to say. I guess it's just the way it is on YouTube these days. You know, because I know everybody's going live stream. I know everybody's live streaming. So when I'm only getting 3 or 4 notifications, stop it. Stop it. Exactly. You can't depend on them. You can't depend on them. I mean, that's why even though I'll put it out on when I put the things up, I also then hit my Instagram, letting people know that I'm getting ready to come on live, and then I hit my Twitter to let people know that I'm coming on live, so that I have 2 other resources besides this. You know, hopefully once I get to the 1K and I have a community tab, then I'll be able to put it out on that too. You know, but I'm not there yet. You know, I got 200 and I think 16, 17, something like that, people to go. And I'm trying to get to 1K by the end of the week. So I'm going to be grinding like a mad woman to get, you know, meeting people around the world. You know, but yeah, with the notifications, it's crazy because like I'm starting to get them now for some of the people that I just subscribed to. But what about the people that I know go live every day? Don't get theirs. I'm like, let me go look because I didn't get a notification for so and so. And boom, they're on, but I didn't get the notification. So, you know, I try to support people, and if I miss their live streams, then I'll try to go look at the replay. Oh, thank you. Ah, okay. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Mr. Tarango. I'm waiting to hear my guitar solos. I'm waiting for you to do that. I'm waiting for that. So we can hear some guitar playing. So we can have some guitar playing. Yep. But have you done anything special today for your birthday, Dave? Did you do anything special? Because at least your birthday's on a weekend. Oh, I'm good. Let's see. Give me a second. Give me a second. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Give me a second, Dave. Wait a minute, I'll find you. I'm looking for you. No, I'm looking. I'm putting you. I'm in my settings. Give me a second. User not found. Okay, let me find it a different way. Let me find you. I'm looking for you. Because you're not coming up when I just did it that way. Give me a second because I'm in the studio. I am looking. All right, let me come do it this way. Yeah. I wonder why it wouldn't come up the other way. That's so weird. Oh, there it is. Anything. Ah, got it. That's what I needed to see what you had in there. Gotcha. All right. There you go. Yeah, I had to go look. That's why I said, give me a second. Give me a second. I had to go into YT Studio. Okay, so who's this guy? Ah. I know it is. I know I missed his live earlier. But we're Facebook friends, Terry. He and I are Facebook friends. He was looking for tea cakes because I listened to part of the replay of his live, and somebody was making suggestions for him for tea cakes or something. All right, I'm gonna check him out. I'm looking him up now. I'll find him. Thank you for that information, Dave. But yeah. Okay. I misspelled his name. Oh, I found him. Yep, I just found him. Okay, cool. I'll take a look at that. Let me stop that. I got his video playing. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. We're not going to play his video right now. I found him, though. I said he has his thing set up so that his video automatically plays. I have to go in there and change that on mine, because I've seen a lot of people have that when people come and subscribe to their page, that it automatically plays the video that they want them to look at. Wait a minute, what you say? Yeah, somebody, I don't know who it was, but somebody in Lefford's live was giving him some places in Vegas, I think, to go find some tea cakes. So just in the part that I looked at in the replay, it looked like he was off on an adventure to go find himself some tea cakes for his birthday. So really, I'll find out. Okay, do that, Terry. That's funny. I know, Dave. They're probably talking in another language, but you know what? Like, I've been in a couple of the streams that are over in like Africa, and some that are in the Philippines. They're not talking no English. I've been in one where they're talking French, where they're in the Philippines, where they're talking Tagalog. Man. But then when you come in and you say hi, they'll talk in English to you and then go right back to talking in Tagalog. So, you know. All right, Dave. All right, I'll come through. I'll come through later on because I'm gonna be going off in a little bit. So I'll come through to your live later on. Thank you for coming through, and happy birthday again. I will come through. Yeah, but Terry, I looked at the replay, or part of the replay. But I told him that he can, if he wanted to tell people in other growth streams about my channel, that he could. I don't have any problem with that, especially if they're looking, you know, for what I have to offer, you know, because I want people to come through that are interested in what I have to say. So And I don't just talk about autism. Not at least not in the lives. I don't. I talk about everything in lives. But I'm going to talk about autism too. But I will be glad when the holidays get here, because I really want to see my dad this year. And I'm really looking forward to not being in California for Christmas. So I'm really looking forward to being someplace that it feels like Christmas, you know, because I can never get used to the fact, you know, that it's warm here in December and that you can usually go to the beach on Christmas Day, whereas, you know, I didn't grow up like that. You know, so. But I am just glad that I was able to get on here for some time tonight and get on here and have some cool conversation, talk to you guys, let y'all know about what's going on down here in Southern California with these, you know, brownouts. And they even are talking about it on the news here too, talking about that they're going to be doing them, you know, about people can expect their power to be being cut off, you know, but, you know, that's really not helpful, you know, because, you know, thankfully for me, okay, it was today and it was a Sunday and I don't have to work. But if you cut my power off during the week and I have to work, you know, I'm here during the day. So now you're messing with my livelihood. So now I gotta let my job know that we are potentially having brownouts around here because of the they're doing them where I am, which is I'm nowhere near any fires, not close enough for it to warrant Edison to be browning us out, you know. And I don't know about like where you are, Terry, but down here on our power bills, it has things on there about which outage group you're in, because they have a schedule of who's out, you know, of when to put people out if they have to pull power. So yeah. You know, it happened. I'm like, so I was literally on YouTube watching somebody's video, and I noticed because my phone was on my internet on the house, and I noticed that it flipped to my Sprint, and then I noticed that nothing else was on in the house, and then I walked outside and I talked to my neighbor, and they like, yeah, no, it's off. And then apparently it was like about 4 blocks that they had shut the power off for about an hour. So I hate that, you know. And they do it sometimes when there's no fires coming around. They'll just shut people's power out, and you have no notice of it happening. Now this just gives them a legitimate excuse to do it. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because of the fire that is in Santa Clarita, because that's Edison's area, and then you had fires that were out in Orange County, in Anaheim's area recently. That's also Edison's area. Then you had, you know, like out in the I think the other fire was out like in Riverside County. That's also Edison area. So saying that is that all of these fires that have happened in the last 5 days in their area, now they have excuses to start doing these rolling frigging brownouts for no freaking reason, you know, because I live nowhere near a fire zone at all, you know. But the other thing is that what they do in California, I'll tell you that now that they're making these state, you know, they're making the state emergencies in the areas where it is, what it does is that brings the FEMA funding in, but that hurts the people that live in those areas because most of the time when FEMA labels something a disaster, a fire, windstorm, or whatever kind of zone, they put that on there for about a year. And by the time that they lift it, we're back in fire season. So for the last couple of years, we've had all of these different areas where these fires are happening on a regular basis in FEMA hazard zones, you know, which makes it difficult for people to get loans on properties that are outside of the fire zone, but within the FEMA hazard zone, where they have to get like physical inspections to prove that their property was not part of the actual fires. And then they also have this blockage that's on there long after the fires are gone, you know, because literally the fires that happened last year with all of that, you know, carnage that happened, they didn't lift the fire zones in Northern and Southern California from the fires from last year until June of this year. Well, guess what? June is when fire season starts all over again. It's when it starts all over again. And now that we've had these fires that have happened here right now in Southern California, now they're asking for that state of emergency again. So now you're going to have this FEMA zone, hazard zone in Southern California that's going to block a lot of properties in that area in the San Fernando Valley as well, because they'll also be covered because one of the fires was in the Northridge area. So yeah, it's going to and it makes it harder for people to get hazard insurance. You know, some places it's hard for people to get homeowners insurance. Hey Terry, I didn't see you come in. How are you? How are you, Terry? I'm in here just running my mouth about the SoCal fires and about slicky things that happen as a result of the fires that happen in California, with when people are trying to get loans on their homes or when they're trying to get insurance and stuff. You know. And then, you know, like all that stuff in Northern California, that was because PG&E was responsible for the fires last year, you know. So I don't know, but browning out down in Southern California, I don't know what Edison's rationale is for. They're using the fires as an excuse, but I don't believe that's why they're doing it. I just think that, you know, we have to think about who controls our power, you know, and the fact that so many of us should be solar and we're not. Because if you're solar, then they don't control your power. And solar lines don't cause fires either. How do they? Yeah, it's a lot of stuff, you know. I mean, you just got to think about the timing. Like we had that brownout today, And then there was no rationale for it. There wasn't any. The fires that are close to here are over 55% contained. They've let people back into their properties. They don't have no power, but they let them back in their properties with no power. So I don't know how long they're going to stay there. I know, but you notice how they discourage solar, even though they make it really hard because, you know, solar puts the power back in your hands if you own your own solar panels, that is. We'll put a whole lot of power companies out of business too. Solar safer. Solar is safer. You know, but the U.S. corporation doesn't want us to have to be green. You know, that's just like when I was talking about people need to learn how to have their own gardens. Everybody should have, you know, we all should, you know, be growing some of our own fruits and vegetables. You know. And there are some people who do it, who do have some, you know, but it's by far and few in between.
Well,
And it's so sad because it's so easy to grow stuff. Nope, they don't. They don't want to. You know, but
look at you.
It would be healthier for us. You know, but I don't know why we should be so more far advanced in solar. I mean, and I'm telling you, I bet you there's somebody out there that's going to figure out a way for cars to run off of solar. So then we wouldn't have to use fossil fuel and we wouldn't have to use batteries. You know, electricity. Telling you, somebody's going to figure it out. Somebody's going to figure that one out. You know, but you know, I have a little inside herb garden, and then, you know, even though the place where I am now, I'm renting, I still have the ability to grow stuff, a few things here. And then when I had my house before, I had me some stuff going. It's just, we just have to do that kind of stuff. It just helps us all out. All each person needs is just a small patch of land. Telling you, somebody's gonna figure out how to make a car run on water, how to run on solar energy. They're gonna figure out things that we don't have to pay for to make those cars run. Somebody gonna figure it out. Because we are running out of fossil fuel. And unless somebody's planning on regenerating and bringing back the dinosaurs, We need to find some other ways and stop robbing and raping the earth. You know, because honestly, I think that if we ate more food that we were, fruits and vegetables and stuff that we were growing ourselves and everything, and don't have to worry about a Monsanto touching it or it being hybrids, or genetically mutated. I'm just telling you, I just think that some of the diseases that are around now would not be there because, that cancer is just cells that won't communicate with the rest of the cells in your body. They just decided, I'm not communicating with you. I'm going to do whatever the heck I want to do. That's what cancer is. And that every person has something, in them it's when it becomes that more of your cells are not communicating with each other that you have cancer. And it can come from different things because literally stressors on our bodies can cause us to have things that will later become that. But I know I'm quirky and I think about things like that, and just think about what we're putting in our bodies. Because like there shouldn't be so many people with diabetes. It shouldn't. That type 2 diabetes should not even exist. It shouldn't. The only diabetes that should exist is type 1, which people are literally, they get as a child because it's genetic and it's inherited. Generally, if someone has type 1 diabetes, somebody else had type 1. A parent had it. A parent has it. Or the parent is carrying the gene for type 1. But type 2 diabetes is totally lifestyle. Totally what we're putting in our bodies. Totally. And you can literally eat yourself out of being type 2 diabetes. You can eat yourself back to health. Man, if they could figure out a way to charge us for the air, they would. and they keep putting stuff up in the air, popping through the sky, the ceiling. They may be, it may come to that. Because I already told y'all, I still want somebody to tell me why SpaceX was given permission to put like all these more satellites up in the sky after the ones that they've already put on it. They've just been granted permission to put even more of them up there. The heck? Why is this private company doing all of that? What the heck is going on? Back to the Future. Yeah, because we all remember Michael J. Fox and Back to the Future. And that would have been like now. It would have been like now. So yeah, I'm just up in my head. I'm thinking that crap. My son has to go get another ID this week. That's all I'm thinking. Sorry guys, I zoned out on y'all for a minute. I was like, shoot, I gotta go get this boy another ID this week. and he has to go get a real ID. I don't even feel like going to DMV, but it's my fault because I have to go get it. So I have to be the responsible adult for him and take care of it, but he's got to go with me to do it. So that's going to be so much fun. I know, that's what I'm saying, you know, but you know what? Y'all know that somewhere around there, they have figured out how to get a car flying, maybe not the way that we envisioned it, but every time they do stuff like that in movies and stuff, you know it's based on something that's really being done. So they do have, they may not be flying like the cars in the movie, but they're trying. They're trying to get that flying car. They got those prototypes out there now. Y'all are funny. You so silly. You are funny. Where are we? Oh shoot, we've been on for almost 4 hours. So y'all know what that means. That means we have to stay on for another 20 minutes. At least another 20 minutes. Because we cannot be that close to the next hour. Oh yeah. Well, here's the thing. See, I'm going to say, like with those invisible cloaks and stuff and everything, I'll say that people are trying to figure out ways to generate, to make their cells go from one place and regenerate in another place. You know, like the stuff that we see in all of the science fiction movies and stuff. There are scientists that are working on trying to do that. They're already trying to figure out how to make a person. You know, but the thing is that they are not God, and you cannot put a soul in that if it wasn't from the higher power. You know, but they're still trying to do crazy stuff like that, you know. And I wouldn't put it past them that they may have already done it, and they have these soulless people walking around. But I don't know. Am I getting too deep for y'all? Yeah, the teleporting, they're trying to do that kind of stuff. But yeah, but I'm saying, you know, I mean, they're trying to figure out how to clone a human. You know, they've already succeeded in cloning animals, you know, but I don't believe the animals have like a soul like we do, you know, but in them trying to clone people, you can't give that person a spirit. That's who the true essence of them is, not the body parts. So I'm, you know, girl, he on something different about him, something different about a lot of them. They on something, some MK Ultra stuff. Some MK Ultra stuff. You know? Mind control. Something's going on. All I know is that we know that people are that they've been trying to clone. We don't know if they've been successful in it. Because here's the thing. If they've been successful in it, why would they tell us? Why would we know? Why would we know anything about it? Why would we know anything about it? But it's something that's being done, that they're trying to do. And they may be able to be successful in doing it at some point if they haven't already become successful at doing it. But my thing is that you cannot, man cannot create a soul. You cannot create a spirit. So unless some spirit is floating in from, from someplace, if they are successful in it, then it's a person without a soul. Just the bodily tissue and everything. So I don't put anything past anything, because there's so many secrets that are going on that, they think that our feeble minds just can't handle. We can't handle everything. So we're not being told everything. And we're being told what they want us to know. About everything. Everything. Including about this ISIS leader that was allegedly killed today or overnight. So, because unlike any president that we had before, and I'm having a hard time saying that, so I'm pardoning, that we've had before, this person is a blabbermouth, and he's going to tell you everything that he knows. So I don't know how much he really knows. You know what I mean? Because he tells you everything that he knows, supposedly. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. People are saying that that's not that they did something to Dave. I don't know, because Dave Chappelle walked away and didn't come back for a while. So he may just be operating differently so that they don't get him. You know what I mean? But the way he's talking these days is like he don't care. Like he doesn't care. Kind of like Michael didn't care at the end. Did not care. But I think Chappelle is operating on the outside. But there's other ones who are not. I like Tyler Perry, but I think he's inside the system. I do. That's just my belief. Dave looks the same to me. He just looks older. And then he also looks like he's gained weight because he started working out and stuff. Possibly so that he could defend himself against any takeovers. Hey, Eva. But there's other people that don't look quite the same. You know what I mean? So I don't know about them. Yeah, I know. I saw that one, but that person that I got to hear from more credible sources and everything, because like Tommy Davidson and Martin Lawrence and Dave Chappelle and all of them, I knew all of them back in the day, because Tommy I knew from DC. And all of them are from DC. So that's why I'm saying I'd need more than just that one person. I saw that too. I saw that too, Toya, though. I did. And, you know, I look at them, but I'm still seeing his soul. Megan Good. Well, she's married to Devon Franklin. He went to SC. And he supposedly is a minister, as well as a movie director. So supposedly she got saved. And I'm just saying that because I don't see much difference in her from before. You know what I mean? So I can't. But I'm not going to say she's not. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Terry. That's what I'm saying about Tyler. That's exactly what I'm saying about Tyler. Yeah. And he's worked with Lee Daniel, who we know is fully indoctrinated. Who's a lot lighter than they used to be? Oh, Megan? I didn't notice that. But I'm going to tell you something that on camera, they make a lot of people look darker. They make a lot of us look darker than we actually are on film. And then when you meet that person, they're way lighter. You know? Like Tisha Campbell Martin, even though she looks like she's even lighter than she looks. But like Tasha, they don't mess with Tasha's color. Tasha Smith, they don't mess with her color. She's brown. She looks brown. But they mess with people's color. They mess with a lot of people's color on film. And they put, so what you see is not what that person actually looks like. You know? So that's why I be like, but they always messing with people's color. Always messing with people of color's color on film. Always. They're always messing with it. So, you know, and make, because it's been people that they make seem look really, really light, and they're not as light as they appear, but they make them look lighter. I don't know why you do that, or vice versa. Like, I'll give you an example of somebody from back in the day, Jane Kennedy. Jane Kennedy is light bright, damn near white. If you see her in person, but she never looked that light on film. They always made her look darker. They always made her look darker. Always. But she's very, 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 very fair skinned. You know, it is what it is. I don't know why. Yep. Telling you because it's like, because you know I'm here in the Los Angeles area, so I'll see a lot of people. You see them around, you know, because they live here and everything, and you'll see them around places and they don't look nothing like the pictures, you know. And so to me that means somebody's airbrushing pictures and making them look different, and they're doing the same thing to films and stuff, and they're doing the same thing to what they look like on TV, you know. So yeah, I know. And I've always been darker than a brown paper bag. So. But the interesting thing is that my color is looked at differently in California than it was back east. In DC, I was considered dark. Here, I'm not considered dark. So, you know? And I'm darker now, having been in California for this long, than I was on the East Coast. I was lighter, but I was considered dark brown, even though I knew I wasn't. But that's how I got treated, especially when I would get dark in the summer. So, you know. But yeah, no, they mess with people's color. I'm telling you guys. It's a thing. It's a thing. It's a thing that they do. That's why you, like, a lot of times you'll see them getting called out about pictures, you know, on Twitter and on IG, and then the celebrities have to come in and say that that the pictures were, they have to come in and tell you that they've gone in and messed with the pictures and stuff. They're doing it all the time. I don't know what the problem is. I don't know why they're doing it. But it's a colorist society. Yep. But see, that's the thing is that, you know, whatever I love the skin that I'm in, you know, and I just wish that Hollywood would love the skin that everybody's in and not try to depict people differently than what they actually are. Just leave it be. It's just crazy. Mm-hmm. I'm like, cause like guys, like I think I've shared, like my mom's mom, her nickname was Pinky. Why was her nickname Pinky? Because she could pass. She looked white most of her life. It was only when she got older that she got browner and her skin got redder because of the native in her. But she looked white. And my grandfather was dark chocolate. So, and her family was mad at her for marrying this dark man and having 11 kids with him. Well, Eva, imagine a brown, my complexion, I have freckles. My dad has freckles. His mother had freckles, and we're all brown. And then my aunt, my great aunt, my aunt, my grandmother's sister was really fair skinned and had red hair. And she also had freckles. And she looked like she was white with her, brown skin, freckle faced sister. Freckles have no distinction over melanin. Anybody can get freckles. I have come to realize being brown and having freckles on my, I just have a few. My dad has more. I prayed to not have them, and my sister and brother have none. Yep. And then I have like cousins in my family that are like my complexion that have like blue eyes, like blue eyes. Where do blue eyes come from? But I know that there are people of color that have blue eyes, but like that girl on the that girl that's on YouTube that has the blue eyes, that's brown skin, but she has some kind of disorder, and it's like something with one of her genes, and she actually has a hearing loss too, along with having the blue eyes, the naturally blue eyes. But no, but my cousin's eyes aren't that same kind of blue. His are like a aquamarine blue, but freckles are cute on some people. I only have a few, thank God. My dad has more. I have more moles than freckles. I got the natural beauty mark, and then I have freckles and stuff. And it's like, and I didn't even know that like moles and freckles are all in the same family. Yeah, blue eyes is a mutation. They said that they claimed that it all goes back to one person, but that doesn't explain people on the continent of Africa that also have blue eyes. So yeah, I don't know. That's what they claim, That's what they claim. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's my cousin's eyes are like a aquamarine blue. And they're like greenish blue. It's but it's just they're like a weird color, but they're their eyes, But the thing is that they don't understand that people that have lighter eyes, their eyes are more sensitive. A lot of times they end up having to wear glasses and stuff because they don't have as much melanin in their eyes to protect their eyes from the sun, you know. So there's and that's why I think those, like, originally blue eyes supposedly developed in areas that didn't have as much sunlight. See, y'all got me going into my nerdy girl genetics and stuff. You know, because I studied all of that kind of stuff. I paid attention to a lot of stuff in class. You know, and it's like, and I keep it in it's in my mental Rolodex. Like, you know, like different, like with blood types and stuff. And like with having RH and not having RH, like, you know, and all of that stuff. Because like, I found out as an adult that my blood type had been mistyped as a baby. So found it out. They found it out when I got pregnant with my son. Huh. Because I thought that they thought that I was RH positive. Turns out I'm not. And that I actually have the opposite, and my blood type is rare. Nice to know. And as a matter of fact, I only know 2 people with my blood type, the same blood type as me, that I know. So. And none of them are related to me. Oh my God, neither one of them is related to me, because my son can't even give me blood. The sun burns everybody's skin, though. You know that, Miss Eva? I can attest to that. I got I got sunburn really bad when I was a teenager. That's when I found out that it didn't matter what color your skin was, we all burn. I may not burn as easily, but I'm gonna burn. You know, and it was, yeah. The one time I got sunburned was not fun, because I literally laid out on the deck with no sunscreen on in my backyard as a teenager. Yeah. My back was peeling for days. Yeah. I'm the opposite of you, Terry. I'm the opposite of you. And apparently that's a rare blood type. It's a rare blood type. Most people are what you are, Terry, or they're B positive. They're either A or B positive. Those are the two most. No, actually, the most common blood type is O positive. Yep, the most common blood type is O positive. Then A, then B. Positive. And the rarest type of blood is AB. Told y'all. Told y'all I keep all kinds of things in my mental Rolodex. I don't know why, but I just know those things. You know, I use tanning oil. I use like the banana oil, the banana, whatever that banana company tanning oil that's like 30 PF 30. Yeah, I use that one. And it works for all skin types. And you will not burn. And it is waterproof. So you have, You know, so you're gonna have to scrub it off when you come in. It's Banana Boat Company tanning oil. But it's a yep, that's what I use. And my dad, the dermatologist, says that's the best one to use to keep yourself from burning. That's the best one to use. And it's like 10, well, here it's like 10 or $10 or $11 a bottle. If you can catch it on sale. But it works really good. It works really good. Yeah, everybody doesn't tan very well. And that's the thing. People think that if you are a person of color, no matter how light you are, that you can tan, but we all don't. And even some of us who have more melanin in our skin don't tan very well. A lot of us, I'm just gonna say a lot of us, because we have mixed, blood, and it's not all African. This is what you get. Oh, the stuff that I was talking about, it's a tanning oil from Banana Boat. It's the Banana Boat Company. That's the brand name. I forget who the maker of it is. But they sell it like in the drugstore. Like a CVS or Rite Aid or something. You can get them at those stores. Yep. Or on Amazon, because Amazon has everything. That's what I'm saying. I found out we all burn. It doesn't even matter. And my son is browner than me, and he burns. So his skin is just sensitive. So and he gets eczema. I hate that though. I'm just thankful that his dermatologist is his grandfather, the best dermatologist in the world, my dad. But yeah, no, burning is not any fun. And here in California, in Southern California, it's so hard to gauge because the sun here is just different, because we don't really get the winter sun because of the climate here. So you gotta keep your skin protected, like, really, like, all year round here. So that was one of the things I found out, because like when I came out here, my mom was like, the first thing she noticed is that I got so much darker because of how the sun is out here. And so that's why I try to keep myself protected, when I'm out, because it doesn't look nice to have sunburn marks. I am so glad everybody came through tonight. We made it through. I slightly stay on here, and you guys let me be a blabbermouth for hours, for hours. But I will be. But my plan is to start coming on every day at night. So I haven't got a specific time yet, but for me, like during the week, I know it's going to be later. On the weekends, it's going to be earlier evening, but West Coast time. But during the week, it probably won't be. I probably won't get on until at least 9 my time, which is like midnight on the East Coast. I know that's late for some. Sometimes I'll try to get on. I'm gonna try to sneak in like an hour earlier during the day, but I'm just trying to get consistent with coming on, every day. So I'm gonna try to keep doing that. So guys, I just appreciate everybody who came through. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you want to hear the beginning part of it, please go back and listen to it. Especially like you, Terry, because we did talk earlier a lot about autism and IEPs and everything. We were talking about that earlier in the live stream, so you might want to go back and take a listen to that. Okay, guys. So I will see you guys tomorrow, and I'll see you guys around YouTube as well. So thank you, everybody, for coming through this evening to chat with DC, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Peace.